Okay. I am here and alive. Hey everyone, I'm Coin Stamp that is. I've dropped the 180 from my name. I'm still swirling Vortex '09, however. I know YouTube is doing a handles thing, so I may be able to switch it, even if my account name is different. We'll have to see about that. But in either case, welcome back to another episode of Elden Ring Reforged. Last time, we managed to get the Black Knife print. We were able to explore the places that were causing us crashes. Everything is just peachy dory. Now what are we going to do, you might ask? Well, we're going to go along Bellum Highway and, make our way around here. Explore all these areas. And you notice the title has something to do with madness. Oh, hi there, Knight. Yeah, if you're wanting another madness village, here it is. Without further ado, let's get started. How's everyone doing? Hopefully alright. I, hopefully put in the alerts or the stream just like I'm supposed to. I don't know about this setup yet. I feel I may need, like, a webcam frame to avoid it being too ludicrous on the screen. Hopefully this looks a tad bit better and a little bit less stretched out. I just don't like it when you can't see everything on the screen. Someone's inevitably going to ask, what's in the upper right-hand corner, right? What's going on there? Oh, hey, Fatigue is on live. I probably need to mute this and close all these internet tabs. Don't need it right now. Yeah, we've been staring too long. Are you just gonna stare at me, Sir Knight? You are. You are gonna stare at me. First, I suppose, let's level up. We have all these runes. We need to do something with them. I hope. I sure we hope. Yep, what a sentence.
Share them with me. Your thoughts, your ambitions.
We will slowly get the necessary runes to be able to turn our caster build into reality. I keep knocking into this mic. I do apologize about that. That is what happens when you're not careful with where you place your boom arms. There's a specific one I'm looking for. Yes, I know OneDrive. You really want me to... Goodness. I probably need to do something about this. I just don't know what that's going to be yet. For whatever reason, OBS is just not wanting to keep up with me today. Or yesterday, or the day before. Lately, it's been whenever I stream, if I'm being perfectly honest. I don't want to keep talking about technical issues, but this ruins stream quality, and I quite frankly don't understand what could be causing such bad issues. I mean, even if it weren't for... I almost don't even want to do this, if I'm being completely honest. What's the point? If OBS is just going to drag me down and my internet is worse. I don't understand if I need to lower, kilobytes per second. I could try that. Actually, probably should try that. Give me a second, guys. I will be right back. I have to try a little bit more than I am right now. let's try this again. I don't know. I guess we're just gonna have to deal with disconnects, people. I don't know what else to do. I don't know if... I'll have to look into it offhand. I'm just gonna do my best to ignore them. That's all I can do at this point. Otherwise, I simply have to go K-Dub shrug and hope it's working out well for everybody. That's all I can do. So Bellum Highway doesn't have too many things on it. And for those who are wondering, Bellum Highway is like this stretch here. You've got a part where there's a church, and you've got a part where there appears to be the entrance to the Dectus lift that, that Gideon was talking about earlier. And then the rest of it is the Liurnian cliffside. Not really much more to say to it than that. What we are going to try to do is ignore the knights patrolling the cliffsides here. And I should mention, I absolutely should mention that this is technically a ravine over here. Like, these land bridges that sit here, this is a cliff, not a land bridge, but those sit right over the Liurnian ravine. And this ravine, if you follow it through this cave here, will take you through the through a mine or a quarry area, which will bring you to Altus Plateau. If you were having issues with Altus Plateau before, or you were like, oh, I want to get there and I don't want to waste the necessary energy to do this off, or, you know, you don't want to find the Dectus halves, you can ignore that. All you need to do is, drink delicious coffee, and then proceed to go through the basement, more or less. Here should be a sacred... Nope, this is going to be something else. A sacred tier. Never mind, I was right. Do we have any of these that we should upgrade? We have one. We don't have any seeds at this time, so we don't have any other kinds of upgrades to make. This here will get you to the ravine I was talking about. Let's actually take a trip there. It is worth mentioning that it is currently raining right now, so if we're trying to mind the, you know, mind the weather effects, shock spells are great in this environment.
What do you need? I don't want any trouble.
Ah, it's one of you. Okay. This guy sells what I believe to be the last Oracle's Remedy at 30k, so, you know, come with your purse strength. Come with your purse ready, people. We are gonna buy the great arrows and just go from there.
All done? Well, be on your way.
I'll have to grind out the runes for this, which is probably going to be something to the tune of 50k, just to buy this guy's stock, maybe 45k, to buy all of the unique, non-replenishable stock, like the smithing stones and whatnot. This appears to be a camp of miners, which all we have to do is just blast them to bits with flame. But that isn't the enemy we're fighting on this road. Do you see that knight over there? I believe that particular knight drops something unique. I could be wrong, of course. But this is just like the lone one-off. You know, if you're wanting to fight Liurnian, or the Cuckoo Great Shield Knights, this would be the ravine or the ramp to the ravine that you'd want to use. Of course, we're trying to go up the ravine? No. We're going to be heading down the ravine. But I think this guy's location is worth noting for a number of reasons. Perfect. And you have to be real careful. The way you know you've actually inflicted madness is to look for that yellowish black circle that surrounds them when they become maddened. That's how you know you've actually got a status effect on board. These pods. These pods here are vulnerable to fire. If you were to blast them with a fire spell, something like Flame of Frenzy, then I believe they will implode or detonate. Or maybe it's a specific amount of damage. I have gotten these things to detonate before. I need to figure out what that is. That's all. And now that we have Honed Bolt, you know it becomes that much easier? Using a distance generator, if you're... Like, the thing with incantations is that you often have to get close with them to reach maximal effectiveness, and the ones that don't usually have, like, a slow cast time or something. Something to balance them out. With Honed Bolt, we have the best of both worlds. The only thing we trade is, like, the damage. For the ability to absolutely blast apart our foes at range. Don't think these things are prone to being poisoned. Otherwise, I'd do it already. Also, up to a certain point, you can angle Flame of Frenzy up or down based on your camera in order to change the effective spread or range of the spell. So if you're like, oh, I don't want to hit enemies that close to me, or I want to cover a wider area in exchange for fewer hits, you can angle the spell that way. If you want to hit one enemy or two enemies fairly well, and you don't care about the AoE aspect so much, then you can angle Flame of Frenzy to do that, which is fantastic. I believe this is the single target jet. There we go. There is an item if we go this way, so I'm not breaking protocol by coming down here. It's just not the first thing we would have done. We have made it to... I have to be very careful. I actually wonder if these things can be poisoned. They might just have high poison resist. We should find that out. Ah, they just have high resist. They can be poisoned. However, if you do this, you will just overload them with poison, and they will explode. That is one way to do it, though. Overload them with poison? Why not? Give them too much of a good thing, you know? I apologize for having a stream disconnect immediately within 10 minutes of starting it up. I do apologize about this. The situation is becoming worse and worse with time. And I really do feel it has something to do with the amount of data I'm using. I'm being throttled. I can guarantee it. Maybe one thing I want to do, you know, as stream ends is sort of like, if you've ever seen streamers load up a merch shop or load up their Amazon cart on camera, I have seen this happen. What I might do is I might do some 10-minute browsing before closing the stream of possible recommendations for mixing boards I know one mixing board that's out there. I think Yamaha has a good brand of mixing boards, but they're expensive. And then we've got some other ones that are fairly cheap, but probably don't do what I need them to do. Poison. But, yeah, the plan is to just... Yeah, okay, if you overload them with poison, they explode. Good to know. So we have an easy, cheap, effective way to get rid of these creatures. We don't even have to really hit them that much. We just have to, quite literally let them take care of themselves. They can even point, their own poison jets at each other. Look at that. Beautiful. Simply beautiful. Yeah, look. The lingering, clouds cause them to detonate almost on the spot. Unfortunately, we can't exactly cleanse off any poison ourselves. Unless we can, like, craft. This is slightly reducing poison buildup. Unfortunate. It only works on buildup. We need more soaps, people. Soaps are a great item. They're like... They should be cheaper, easier to make boluses, essentially. That only cure buildup, not anything else. That'd be great. We're gonna make 5 of these. Hopefully everyone's doing alright. I do my best not to be a downer about technical stream things. I know that's a garish, boorish subject, but... Oh, don't you run away. You're doing it. You're doing it. So much for cheap, huh? And it's not like you poison yourself with your own cloud. Ah, yes, there we go. Love to see it. We even get a flask back for our trouble. Nifty. I think these are like enlarged land squirts. Also, if you were looking for blood roses, this is a place you can go to get one. Or to get a couple of them. Yeah, at least a couple of them. A fair few more than what you can find at Fort Height. I think there's like 2 bushes of blood roses you can get there. That'd be about it. Smithing Stone 5. You know you're headed in the right direction when you can, when you're 2 ranks of Smithing Stone above where you should be. Also, what I've come to kind of appreciate is that the lighting actually creates different points of emphasis on flora and fauna in Elden Ring. If something is bright and flashy and pastel, you know, the bright colors appear fantastical, faded, and that's about it. But if it's dark, then things that are collectible, like fruits or flowers, take a sort of otherworldly glow to them. They become, they take on a new lighting, and I can really appreciate that. They don't, like, have any different properties or anything. That would be too ludicrous. But it'd be awesome to, if they did. Or, hell, even just new models. That's something else I'm hoping will happen with, Elden Ring, is that as modding becomes better, so will the tools, and so will be the things we can come to expect out of the modding community. whole new textures, items, spells. Oh, I know it theoretically can be done. A lot of that stuff can, but you know, From would have to unpackage their modding stuff. And at least, if there's one thing I could say about modding from soft titles is that modding from soft titles. Let me push this mic a little bit over here. At least with FromSoft titles, From has a stance of I don't care. And it's not a, oh well, why are you doing that? From is like, we already have an anti-cheat thing, so it's not like you can just readily disable it, and go online, and we can ban you for bringing modded stuff online. So obviously, if people are fine with the single-player restriction or don't encroach on having dedicated PvP be untouched by the base game, if they're willing to work with FromSoft's restraints, FromSoft is willing to simply say, whatever rocks your boat, sonny boy. Whatever rocks your boat, Ed boy. Ed Netty, folks. Oh, I'm an old fart, huh? Let's use a sacred tier. +6 is not half bad. Not half bad whatsoever. And we can even go back up here and grab items, or we can keep moving on. Honestly, I want to pump levels right now, if I'm being completely honest with you. Pumping levels is a good thing. I now have to make a note of my last stream time, though, so I know what my total uptime is. Hang on. I just realized that. Okay, let's see. Oh, and there's a whisper. I knew I would miss something. I absolutely knew I would miss something. Sorry about that. Oh, and what's up, whisper number 1? That is something I want to make perfectly clear. Again, I do apologize for this. If I'm talking to whispers, I'm gonna call them Whisper X. X being the number. Where that number is the order in which the whisper appeared. So like this person here, which I will protect their name by not mentioning it, is Whisper 1. And to which I will reply, nothing much. How about yourself? Hopefully you're doing alright. In terms of, I need to open this thing a bit more. Alright. There's that whisper here. Okay, it's just a double copy of the whisper? That's really weird. Okay, no, I don't want to open the whisper doc in a different window. Please and thank you. Really appreciate you working with me, Twitch. But yeah, I try to be generic with the whispers. I picked up this technique from a streamer who calls herself Slippery Susie. She was she recently returned to streaming, so I don't want to say was on anything. But I will say she formerly was a hitless Soulsborne challenge runner. I don't know if she's still doing that or not. I think she's just doing chatting things right now, but maybe she will eventually return to the gaming scene. I don't know. But I used to be part of that chat group for a while. I used to be part of her channel for a while. And, oh. And we have the gimmick. This army stationed at the Dectus lift will be firing ballistae shots at us. And those ballistae are darn good at tracking. If you were ever worried about getting shot at, the ballistae are the things to watch out for. But where was I? Right. As I was sort of saying already, so I picked up that technique from her. So it's not that I don't want to make things personal or anything with you, and it's not that I'm upset or anything like that. Just please understand, I think if you're going to whisper me, you're wanting to be discreet, right? You're not wanting to be in chat for whatever reason, and that's perfectly okay. I am a very lurker-friendly person. I do not bother commenting on lurkers unless they stop lurking, in which case they're chatting, right? Or, but if you're a private commenter who does want to talk, but, and this would have happened during the starting soon screen, I'll have to be a little bit better about being present for those. I'm gonna preserve your privacy by not mentioning your name, and instead referring to you as Whisper One or Whisper Two, etc., etc. It's a form of privacy that I think is good for the stream. Overall, you may have sensitive stuff, and believe it or not, with the sensitive material, I'm a lot more open to taking on whispers and just be like, oh, well, okay. You know, if I were you, Whisper One, I'd do this. Like, you'll still get the same commentary without being in chat. It's just, you know, there's a cost to not talking about these things in a community. That's all. Granted, I don't have much of one. I think I have 3 people tops at this point that I could safely consider part of a community that I've built. But, you know, even with those 2 to 3 people, they either choose to talk in chat or they talk at me privately. And those things are fine. And that's probably about as much as I want to say on the matter. Long story short, didn't listen, didn't read, whatever. You know, if you want to talk at me in a whisper, cool. Great. But I'm not going to refer to you by name to respect your privacy. Because I care about you. I care enough about my average viewer that I would want them to feel comfortable. And if you name someone you're whispering about or having a whisper conversation with, you've just outed that person to anyone in your chat group. Which, granted, none of you are bad people, but we have had trolls in here before. We've had people who can't mind their own business and have to know. We've had hackers on stream before that I've had to kind of like play cool until I can get a report ready for them. That is, we've had all kinds of folks. We've had all kinds of folks on this channel, good and bad. And so that not name dropping you thing is for your protection. Yeah, they don't limit themselves to ballistae, folks. It's boulders too. If you see the I think the ones that hurl rocks are trebuchets or catapults. Yeah, I think it's one of those 2 things. And essentially what we're going to do is just kind of climb up the mountains here and go take out these cannoneers. Nice, nice. Love it. Are you gonna jump up here? No, you're not. Which may or may not be a good thing. You'd really think they'd jump this gap, but they're not gonna do that. So you can sort of use these catapults as like, you know, it's a good separation tool. Thank goodness that wasn't the red main, you know, flip attack. I forget what it is. Maybe it's the Redmane's Claw or something like that. That's one of them. Now I just need to get, I think, 2 more. Yep, here's an item here. Oh, and not only do I have the internet open right now, but not only do I have the internet open right now, I didn't even accomplish what I wanted to have it open for. Good grief, Charlie Brown. That would be under my video producer, under which this episode has been... Okay, no, it's still complete time, but that's really weird. Okay, I guess. I mean, if it's active right now, then whatever. Just making sure I haven't missed anything in the meantime. Disconnect, but it not a restarted stream, apparently. It's just lost to the annals of OBS and Twitch. I believe the actual Balliste is somewhere... It's on the opposite right-hand side of the road. That's what I was trying to say. Yep, you can actually just use your eyes, Coin. You could just use your eyes. And I do hear a teardrop scarab over here. Whether it is good or bad, I can't say yet. It is a cerulean one. Yeah, it's a cerulean one. That's fine. Game plan so far is working. We're basically just kind of wiping out their camp right now. Once we wipe out their camp, we're going to head up here, kind of circulate towards this church, and then circulate towards this tower. This particular tower right here, which I will mark with... Oh my god, if I can get my hand on it. This is where I'm going to use... is WASD any better? Not really. It's not any better than using your stick. Just need to get right pressure. Right about there. That's as good as I can get, honestly. Yeah, we're going to slap a tracking sticker on that. That tower is going to be the source of a very interesting mechanic. We can actually even probably take it out first if we know where we're going. That was not something I wanted to do. That's right, you take your horse. Who knew? Hone Bolt was a good horse counter. Because unlike their knight counterparts, these horses have next to no poise. Fantastic. Stunlock Torsi. Raining? No, just nighttime at the moment, which is good. And these camps tend to have like 1 or 2 treasures in them, but nothing more than that. A lot of the time, they also tend to have like generic weapon or armor pickups, and not much more than that. Not always the case. Sometimes there are treasures. I think a couple of camps in the Altus Plateau have something good in them. And a couple of the camps in Caelid or these other higher level areas have something good. But they definitely don't put any treasures in like a low level place like Weeping Peninsula or Western Limgrave. They tend not to do that. You're not going to see like an amazing treasure anywhere except possibly Stormvale Castle. in Western Liurnia, or in one of its various catacombs or crypts or graves. Those would be the places where you'd see that sort of stuff. Which is both interesting, but so... It's very tedious. It's busy work inducing. Because the catacombs aren't advertised. You're just kind of meant to explore and find them. You know, when it comes to ARPGs, I think the Dark Souls or Soulsborne formula can be adapted to it, but I think Miyazaki would have to give up on some things that he considers core to the franchise. Like, the map markers were probably not something that Miyazaki wanted himself. They were added as a consideration after the patching was finished. You know, I remember base Elden Ring didn't have map... I mean, it did have map markers and beacons, but... You know, the NPCs weren't labeled. You had to remember that stuff. You had to remember where which bonfire Bach was at. You had to remember where every finger reader crone was. You had to know that Patches was on his second stage and you'd find him at the Scenic Isle. You know, not labeling your NPC locations is fine if it's a linear title like Dark Souls, where it's largely linear and all you have to do is worry about the timing because you know where everything is. And shortcuts only help you delve out the linear experience. Even with hub worlds, if you know where the hub world is, or you know where the hub location is, like Dark Souls 2 had Majula, Dark Souls had Firelink Shrine, Dark Souls 3 had a couple of hub areas, can't speak on Bloodborne, and Sekiro had what essentially amounted to a camp plus a hub area or two. Like, a large place with branching pathways from that location. But outside of that, you know, the design space worked. You didn't need a map. You need a map in an open world ARPG. And not only do you need a map, you need it to have certain functionality for it to be even remotely good. Otherwise, it's just clunk and unnecessary. And I betcha that if Miyazaki could get away with it, or thought that people clamored for suffering and difficulty, they would absolutely just not use a map at all. And this is speculation without having, you know, maybe even listened to interviews and stuff. Oh my god. Don't bite me. Don't fence me in. Oh, I will gift a sub if people know that reference. I believe they're immune to Madness Coin. You can stop that now. But the Flames of Frenzy in Elden Ring Reforged is a seriously good spell. You can't go wrong with it. Whereas in base Elden Ring, it was awful. Right, I forgot about this. I'm gonna go mad again. Let's see if it's still acting on me from here. Okay, so this tower. On our way in. This tower will induce madness in you. And if you don't have a means of getting rid of madness, you're going to have a bad time. Which we don't. We don't even have anything that will sincerely reduce or increase our focus. We have nothing of the sort. We are ham-boned. Absolutely boned. Oh well. At least you can use the cover. Yeah, and these corpses should let you know. It should let you know, how serious the threat of madness actually is. You just gotta get out of the view of the tower. You gotta use the shadows where the tower can't see you. And we're gonna wait for the madness to tone down. This is going through the back half. I believe you could go up one of these cliff sides if you'd like to get up the front half. Gotta wait. Gotta wait. We don't need this. We need to look for something with good focus. It's 23, 31, 23. Maybe the Sage Hood will help us a little bit in this regard. We're gonna wait for that to stop flaring down, and then make our way over to that Spirit Spring. And hopefully Torrent doesn't get driven mad either. Boy, would that be a massive problem. I think Torrent is just taking damage from it, but not actually being driven mad. Gotta be careful. At least the rats can't climb up here. So once we do that, the rest should be fine. This would have saved me so much death. This would have saved me so much death the first time. I think I died to this like 10 or 15 times in my initial Elden Ring playthrough. There's madness. Alright, come on, jump down here. Who else is up here? Oh, it's you. Thank goodness. And there's a chest up here, but it's hard to consider any of that stuff when you're dealing with something blaring in your ears every few minutes and threatening to drive you mad. Really. It's hard to think straight in that regard. And this tower contained the Howl of Shibriri, excuse me. The Howl of Shibriri is a incantation that I believe does damage, and induces madness, and increases targeting aggro. Incantation originating from the maddening three fingers releases a maddening shriek that causes madness buildup in foes nearby. This incantation also causes madness buildup in the caster and makes enemies more likely to target them. It is said that the sickness of the flame of frenzy began with Shibriri, the most reviled man in all history. Well, we've heard that name before. Remember the Shibriri grapes? The very same grapes? Yeah, that'd be the one. Come on, over here. Breathe in the poison. Rats are resistant. They should not be immune. And if you're just gonna That's a sentence I didn't think I'd be saying. Well, okay, not kill your children. I suppose kill other rats like you. God, I'll take things coin shouldn't say for 500, Alex. I gotta be real careful. These rats, if you let them, will kill you. If they drive you mad with a bite or something, they will probably kill you on the very next attack or strike. And fighting these things in packs anywhere close to being threatening is actually probably not worth your time. Just in the long term. They tend to swarm in packs of 3 or 5. They're not hard to take out. And with no looming madness around the corner, killing them is not a hard task. But you have to take out the tower first. Also, you can't use these rocks as cover if you do want to take out the tower because of these rats. These are placed in particularly insidious locations. These sorts of rats tend to be in narrow pathways, tunnels. I mean, good on From for taking design cues from modders and other interesting people. Not to mention watching what other RPGs tend to do with their annoying enemies, but that doesn't mean we have to like it, folks. Try dodging a honed bolt. That is one of the nice things about these. Like, yes, you can dodge this, but it is hard to do. The enemy would have to be very agile. You'd have to be Melania or something to pull off a dodge with honed bolt. I love this spell. Can you tell that lightning magic is some of my favorite stuff yet? No? Did the channel branding give it away? I hope not. I'm kidding. I totally hope that gave it away. So now what we need to do, now that we've wrapped around here, we now get to go around the other side and deal with the cathedral. But for that, however, we found another rest site. Awesome! Oh goody, a whole hour of actual content. That uninterrupted kind as well. I hope I didn't jinx myself by saying that. Might have, though. If it's Murphy, it's possible. Don't even think about it. Oh, and if it's 341 damage, that means I can kill anything that doesn't notice me with a single lightning bolt. Also, because the madness is no longer around, we can use our headgear now. Great. And Lightning Spear has a pretty good range on it. As long as you keep your distance, it's going to be hard for an enemy to take notice. You'd have to be... I mean, thankfully spellcasting isn't considered like an annoying noise or anything. Like, it does make noise, but also the situations where you think it would make noise, it actually doesn't. It's really strange. I'd love to know, and maybe this is something Kernifer might know, I would love to know which spells, if any, generate an important noise. Not that it needs to be fixed. I mean, it probably should be fixed if spells are supposed to be generating important noises. But I'd be curious to know which are and which aren't. Natively, I know some of the mist spells aren't supposed to draw attention, with the exception of Night Maiden's Mist. But Kurnifer has made it so all the mist spells do this. It's to keep status inducing stealth builds from being particularly popular, from what I understand, in exchange for the much stronger status buildup. Before, Poison Mist did find enough status buildup, but a lot of enemies were straight up immune to it. And there really wasn't much point in using it if you could just use Scarlet Rot instead. Poison was supposed to be seen as an inferior version of Scarlet Rot. And now I would say Scarlet Rot and Poison go great together. What are you talking about? You quite literally have a breadwinner of a... you have a breadwinner of a combination in Elden Ring Reforged. And I'm fairly sure the bot decided to shoot itself in the foot. No, actually, it's not time for it to release a notification yet. That's right. I have it timed so it goes off every 2 hours. See, Coin thinks of these things. It's just sometimes Coin also forgets these things. Fantastic, right? Think if there's anything I'm missing. Really, what each area comes down to is just exploring, exploring every nook and cranny and finding things that are useful to you. I will say, in terms of exploration, I probably need to put this a little further back from my mouth if I'm being completely honest. I think the item placement in Elden Ring is hit or miss. And what I mean by that is some people are really, really going to have a fun time figuring out where all the items are. All of them. Make sure I'm in the center of the screen. Okay. I myself love the idea of finding something in a themed and appropriate place that helps the build. Some people are like, ugh, can't I just get what I want already? Why do I have to jump through all these hoops to get some? That just seems like a waste. That's a lot of the design philosophy that I've seen, or it's oversimplified philosophy coming out of a mod like the Convergence, where it's like with the Elden Ring installment of Convergence, what that team is looking to do is really reimagine Elden Ring if it were streamlined, and from what I can tell, it's definitely centered around challenge runs. Challenge runs of various kinds. Because you do have to still explore the world, but you're sort of meant to streamline your experience and not explore the whole environment all over again. Most people that are coming to Convergence have played and beaten Elden Ring several times over, whereas Elden Ring Reforged can be more of a vanilla plus experience. Well, yes, it has some of those convenience features, but only if they would make sense and something that Miyazaki himself might do, because it's restrained like that. Convergence entertains a lot more headcanon and might be willing to take some of my spell suggestions very seriously, like sleep spells. However, that team doesn't need any help. And they would probably the Convergence team, I will say, is more known for headcanon. They're really good at that. I played through Convergence when it was for Dark Souls 3. I played through that mod, and I really loved the types of things they were able to come up with. But it was headcanon-y. And granted, if Kurnifer didn't have the restriction of it needing to look and sound like something Miyazaki would do, then, I actually think we could do pretty much whatever we wanted with this mod. Including spell adjustments and other sorts of things, and still be limited by the modules, more or less. Like, there's no changing that. Shabriri's Woe, while I'm here. All this does is constantly attract enemy attention. I believe that's all it does. I am, however, going to demonstrate one of my lovely commands. If we want to type in ERRW, I think. Just making sure I'm not missing anything. I could have swore this bot was... Okay. Let me refresh the overlays here. I don't know what's going on with the bot. The bot's being silly today. I swear. It's like I can either have a functional stream or I can have a functional bot, but not both. Needless to say, I guess I will just do it manually and not waste time. So, with, this is a talisman effect, right? So we're gonna be... Or I could, you know, ring everyone's ears out. Okay. I don't see anything that's been adjusted for Shabriri's Woe, which means it has its vanilla effect, which is just fine. Absolutely fine. So if you're... And Shabriri's Woe is meant for co-op, or, it's meant for three things. Co-op, not PvP, co-op and Elden Ring, seamless co-op for ERR specifically, or you cheese it. You use specific spirit ashes to cheese certain fights, like having your mimic tier spirit ash set up with all of your gear. And then once you've summoned it as a copy of exactly what you're wearing, like that's what the Mimic tier does, is it mimics the exact stats, gear, weapons, and spells, or other things that you're carrying. It's a one-to-one copy of you, with less stats. And then after that, you change into a completely different build. While the Mimic tier is what you were previously, you can have things like Shabriri's Woe, or, you know, be able to cast spells. And then the thing about the Mimic tier is that it's a snapshot. It doesn't update in real time. If it did that, it actually probably would be a lot more balanced than it currently is. Because if it updates in real time, then there's no point in switching gear. And that means you wouldn't be able to use it for half the broken things you want with it. It would have to be a jack of all trades. And we know how the ERAI works with jack of all trades builds. That is to say, it doesn't work very well. You need it to be focused on something particular. And as long as it is focused on something particular, it will do that particular thing very well. The Mimic tier is one of those... I think people give it a lot more credit than it actually deserves, simply because... Oh, it's another copy of you. What's better than spirit summons? Spirit summoning yourself, right? Well, spirit summoning yourself doesn't quite map one-to-one with Elden Ring AI. That is something people, I think, generally have to be aware of. Is it still crazy good in its current iteration? Sure. But I think people give it a little too much credit. You have to make it broken. Like, if you were to summon a copy of a Wretch, then it wouldn't be very good. Even if it were a plus 10 Mimic tier... That, by the way, that is the highest that your upgrades can go, your spirit summon upgrades can go as plus 10. Even if you did that, it's still a Wretch. You're wearing a loincloth. You're using your fists. Even in Elden Ring Reforged, where your fists get something like 400% scaling, I'm fairly sure that was the going number, was like 400% scaling off of strength, plus some flat number. So, like, bare fisting is actually doable. You still would have some problems. Namely that they have no defense, they have really short reach, and don't even get me started on Elden Ring's fist hitboxes baseline. Oh my god, it's like, it's really bad. It's not outward levels of bad, but it is bad. For reference, you cannot punch things in outward. That's another RPG, by the way. You cannot do this. Period. You can't even punch an NPC for an effect. You can at the very least punch something in Elden Ring for effect. But you might as well be chewing bubblegum and blowing it back into the face of Melania for how effective that is. It's not very effective. Melania would chop you apart before you even got the chance to get your first chew in. That's how serious she is. Melania don't mess around. Speaking of Melania, I wonder how Let Me Solo Her is doing. Like, I wonder... I haven't paid attention to the meme that much, but I do know that Let Me Solo Her is something of a legend. People are making photocopies of Let Me Solo Her. Like, the builds. The legends. I seriously wonder how the meme creator is responsible. Oh, hi there. Huh, I didn't even think about... Oh, God. Nope, get back on the bridge. Get off the horse. Off the horse. Off the horse. Yes, that's it. And there's the big rat himself. All cheesed out, I guess. And what was it guarding? Probably not worth cutting ourselves off from the fort here. Yeah, the Frenzied Flame Village. Journeying toward Madness was a good creative call. I do like that name. I just hope I can get back to it without too much hassle. Yeah, don't be afraid to check the cliff sides and all the other really nice places. I need to check this. Let's take a look at these docks. Okay, that apparently is having some problems. Good to know. I'm also going to... Can I refresh the chat? It doesn't look like I can. Yeah, it doesn't look like I can right now, which is really weird. No, I don't want to raid a channel. Don't do this. When you're trying to fiddle around with OBS while also playing the game at the same time, you know you've got problems. Alright, now that we're back here, and I'm so glad to be able to use my normal uptime for this. We're making our way up toward this cathedral. Why? There's an NPC there that I would like to go kill before it is necessary. Technically, we don't have to do what we're about to do until much later. We could save this for later, like Altus Plateau levels of later. However, I don't think it makes much sense if we wait that long for it. And who are you? Ah, Lord Vike. It seems that you are no lord after all. Then where is he? Our true lord, our lord of frenzied flame. We beg of you, incinerate all that divides and distinguishes. What was that last one? Ah, may chaos take the world. Oh yeah, getting these Shabriri grapes does start the frenzied flame ending. It puts it into motion, I'll say that. But you're not locked in. Not yet. There's only one very, very specific point in which you are locked in, and we will not be covering that for a while. We got forcefully dismounted, which means Vike should be on his way out here now. Come on, festering fingerprint Vike. Show me what you've got. I like that they randomly duck in place too. That's fantastic. Come on, get poisoned. I guess that's not happening. Good to know. Wow. And that's the Howl of Shabriri for you. And then proceeded to do his own thing. I think that spear does its own thing. I think. Don't quote me on that. Well, well, well. Thankfully, we can get back to where we were without too much fuss. We just need to go the other way. Really. And just kind of walk our way around. Yeah, we do have to go through the village, but you know what? We can go through the village and not pull so many things this time. That is the nice thing about, you know, revisiting areas you've already been. You can actually just kind of ignore. Once you get a general layout for how you want to accomplish a given task, you can ignore what you don't need. It's great. And anything that's attempting to chase you, just use Torrent. Torrent is very good for outrunning enemies of all kinds, all stripes. I don't think Vike can be poisoned, which could be a problem. A big problem. Yep, there he is. I'm gonna try again, knowing full well I might not be able to, do that. If he hits me with madness, it is over. Alright, if you're gonna do this, then we're going to do that. Yuck. Yeah, if you get hit by that, it's over. It's over. And poisoning him? That's a complete waste. This is probably the instance where we need to switch fortunes. And probably go faster and have a contingency prepared. Sometimes Warlock class ain't the right answer. And before anyone asks, and I hope this command works this time. Oh, I wonder if I have to log the bot back in as well. I do not know. Let's see. Yep, we sure do. Otherwise, the bot would have been chatting it up already. Let's try to fix this, shall we? Sorry, this will only take a second, guys. Huh, I'm not sure. It's the activity feed, strip settings. Nope. Don't know. Well, I guess I'll just have to, I'll have to point people in the right direction for today and figure out what the hell is going on with, the bot. Right. Like I was saying, we gotta fix our spells, because this setup ain't working. At all. Alright. Let's see. Glintstone Pebble. Period Slicer. Ambush Shard. Where are ya? What else? Glintblade Phalanx. Magic Glintblade. Oracle Bubbles can be cast in the move now, so maybe that might be better. And Rancor Call. Is there anything else? Oh yeah, and Glintstone Stars. You just never know. Fortunes. We're gonna switch those to Wizard. And change out which staff we're using. I believe we want to be using the Astrologer staff for this. Let's try this again. What we'll probably do is just try to make sure that Vike can't bully us Vike can't bully us by just charging at us straight away. And we can actually manipulate his positioning a great deal if we're willing to chug a lot of FP for what we want to do. But the plan is to keep Glintblade Phalanx up at all times, as much as we can. And then try to limit what he can do. Force him to use his spells. Because forcing him to use his spells will be much better than trying to, much better than trying anything else. I believe that was one of the other spells. One other goal I'd like to do is get him frostbitten. Because frostbiting will actually slow him down. He may also be immune to status effects in general, which would be very not good. Yep, there's that open flame. Is that a ring? I can't tell what that spell is doing. That's very interesting. Oh, that hit stun is not good. Nice, nice duck. Okay, you can't really duke it out with him like that. I might be able to catch him in a casting animation. Like that. Unfortunate. Yeah, I have to wait for him to cast a spell. I gotta juke him out into that. Ah, and running behind him is how we do that. Okay, that's what that is. That's really cool, actually. You know what's not cool, though? Dying because I got staggered and maddened all at once. And unfortunately, our resistance to madness is required. We need to, keep him at range a lot more. We really don't have the room to be playing around with generators on this guy. We just don't. That's the honest truth. We don't have time to sit and build our FP. You just gotta chug, 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 and hope for the best. Which means we need to allocate our charges such that they are 4 and 4. And keep our physic for when we truly need it. That should be like our last resort. Man, I do so wish there were a... I know there's a rest site much closer. Like, if we run to the cathedral, we might get it, but... You know, this is part of the charm. That is Elden Ring. You know, sometimes you just gotta make the trek of shame all the way back. All the way back. To the fight you were trying to experience. I'm so paranoid about missing chat lines right now. I don't think chat's connected. At all. I'll have to fiddle with that in a second. Oh, well that's interesting. Oracle bubbles. Ah, yes. Is that something you could just defeat by jumping? It might be. Sometimes all you can do is run. Sometimes that's all you can do. There's the madness. I think you have to duck that. I hope you can anyway. Oh, does that actually do something else? He's got a... Oh, wait. He's wearing the fingerprint set. That would be why that's happening. Fingerprint set's got a bonus. Ah, you really thought you were going to be able to do that. Why don't you just chill for 5 seconds, Mike? No wonder nobody likes you. The reason people don't like you... Oh, there's the madness again. I have to remember that that's got a slightly longer animation than Frenzied Flame. Or Flame of Frenzy. Whatever it's supposed to be. Also, we're nearly out of... Yeah. You know, I used to use that spell a lot. You'd think I'd be a little more, in tune with its particular casting requirement. Nope. Yep, dead. So dead. Wow, he's hard. And the thing about wizard class is that, the lack of physical damage negation makes it troubling to try to fight him up close. I literally can't use regenerators or I'm going to be in a world of hurt. Even with something like Ambush Shard, it just gets dodged half the time. So while it's fine if he's guarding or he's using a spell, it's not any better than Pebble for the purposes of regenerating. So I think one thing I want to do is sort of streamline spells. I have been cycling too much just already. So let's get rid of the obvious problems. Oracle Bubbles is nice, but I'm not really sure we can get away with that. Glintblade Phalanx is nice, but it doesn't really... Magic Glintblade performs the same function. So we really don't even need that. Rancor Call, guys, probably not susceptible to status effects. So we should just get rid of this, which leaves us with 3 spells, which is a lot more reasonable to try to manage, juggle, or cast. I would say maybe include Glintstone Arc, but they even dodge through that. They just roll forward. So I think we just kind of have to wait. But with that, I will be right back. We're about due for an intermission, so this would be a good time to stretch. You know, get a snack, get a drink, get a few other things done that you want to get done. I typically take 10 minutes on these. Maybe a little bit less or more depending on what happens. But without straining you, without wasting your time, I will simply say I will see you at the end of intermission. I will be back soon. I am back. I think that ended up being slightly longer than 10 minutes. I do apologize about that. Um, and additionally, I believe I just realized that I streamed an hour earlier than I was supposed to today. So people were expecting me to start at 2, not 1. Sometimes these things just happen, ladies and gentlemen. I will do my best to be better about that. Our game plan right now is to kill Vike. I don't have any other plans at the moment. But once we do execute that plan and we kill him, we will probably go back over here and at least get this tower on our map. And then from there we can actually start our claw grip strategy of circling around this other side here, and going through the Carrion Royal Manor, and getting some of that stuff started, because, oh boy, when we get the Carrion Royal Manor started, we're not really going to be able to stop until after that point. Afterward being the operative word here. So I'm hoping with our slightly better spell selection, it will have whatever it is we need to do to accomplish the killing of Vike. And I'm hoping that we will have the necessary cojones to actually complete it. How was everyone's intermission? Good? I hope so. Mine was alright. Had yogurt while I was on break. I might even stream an extra hour compared to usual, just to make sure that I start at 5 that I end at 5 like I'm supposed to. Alright, Vike. If you cast a third spell, I'm going to be really leery of that. To be really watchful. Oh, we're like right on the edge of what would be considered madness. We're teetering on that brink of destruction. I'm waiting for you to do something stupid. You know what? A glint blade? Let's go. Vike's War Spear. I believe his armor is obtained elsewhere. Oh, oh boy. War Spear. Great Spear. Boosts Frenzied Flame incantations. Let's see. War Spear singed and blistered by fingers. Used by Vike, Knight of the Round Table Hold, like Vike himself. It has been tormented by the yellow flame of frenzy from within. Frenzy Flame Thrust. Imbue the spear with the flame of frenzy and leap forward. Plunging it into the ground and setting off a maddening explosion, the skill inflicts both the enemy and the user with madness. I believe the War Spear that weapon art is either new or it's retooled from an old one. I know this war spear was changed. I just forgot which patch and what change it was in. Because I know that was not the baseline Ash of War, and if it was, well, I guess it could have fooled me. I remember fighting Vike before, and mainly, he almost always used his incantations and didn't really bother with much else. Oh, look at that. A maiden. We have the Finger Maiden set, another Sacred Tear, and this Rest Site. Yeah, we can actually prepare like normal. Do you have any spoken echoes? No, I guess not. Those tend to be at sites where Radagon is present, not necessarily Marika, most of the time. Allocate. We only need 6 of the... We only need 2 flasks most of the time. We're gonna change this back, as magic is not a generally conducive thing in Liurnia. It becomes much better in Caelid, but in Liurnia, not really. You're kind of stuck dealing with it. Let me find the... Yeah, here it is. Okay. Here, Surge O' Flame is better than ever, so maybe we'll try that one. And then the rest of these. Maybe Lightning Strike might be good as well. But if I'm gonna do that... Oh, I didn't have to remove that last spell. We'll change our fortune back. Yeah, we really don't want to be wizards or sorcerers right now. Heck, even the fortune of the houses is okay. It is just okay, and nothing else. I can't wait to get like a dual cast catalyst, something that casts both instant or Magic the Gathering, sorceries and incantations. It's even the same 2 letters. I'm a hardcore Magic the Gathering player. It's really easy. I always mix up instant and incantation. I'm getting worse about that. Maybe I can play Magic the Gathering sometime. Maybe that could be the do anything stream. I don't know. What do people think about that? Magic the Gathering is a fun game, as long as people don't mind me, bricking it up with my blue-white control deck. Or my blue-red mid-range. Or, my blue-green mid-range or control. Can you tell I like the color blue already? And then, additionally, I love my blue-colored wedges with the exception of Sultai, Bant, Jeskai, or Teemer. Sign me right up. Or heck, as long as it's a blacklist deck, I'll play that. That's green, white, blue, and red, for those who don't know the terms yet. Yeah, I love that. I love that style of deck. The 4 colors is about how far I want to dip into Magic's color pie. But you guys didn't come to hear me talk about Magic the Gathering, or my constant flub ups with it. But you came to hear Elden Ring material, and I better stick to that promise and deliver it. Oh, but I so want to talk about it. It is something I'm quite passionate about. I love Magic the Gathering. I watch a ton of content on it. It's something I could very easily get divested into. And probably play it for hours. As long as I've got good incentive for doing it. Is my screen tearing? God, I hope not. I don't want to even think about that. Here we have a Troll Knight. Troll Knights are annoying, but they're not the end of the world. Here's the Carrion Great... the Great Blade Phalanx. Oh, that was close. There's one, there's two, there should be the... Here's the charge up. Where's the third sword? Yeah, it's still floating above him. God. Yeah, the thing about the Carrion Troll Knights is that they do... they do throw your timing off with these, spells they're casting. It's alright. It's alright. That's all it is alright. Could be better, I guess. Yeah, nice cones, and I'm glad I discharged 2 spells because I felt the hell like it. I guess. Man, I'm already running dry on topics. I believe this is one of the, rises, the converted Fringe Tower. Yeah, we can't deal with anything, related to this right now. This is a statue of America. May erudition light the way. It's asking for a gesture here. Technically is what it's doing. The erudition gesture, and Sorcerer Tops is the one that gives that to us. And to do that, we need to actually complete the the Rhea Lucarian Academy up to a certain point. That's what's going to get us the extra key that we need to give to him in order to get that particular gesture to come back to this rise, this tower, and claim its prize. There's another similar tower, just like it, on the opposite side, that has a America statue in it that is unlocked by erudition. So there's not much we can do, but this is there if we want to deal with it. That's it. That's all. So now, we should take a step back and kind of resize our equipment. It has been a little bit since we've touched it up. We should check and make sure we don't have any new scrolls that we need to give to the lovely Muriel or anyone else. Some of our Shabriri grapes are over in that direction as well. I think most, if not all, of the Shabriri grapes can be found in Liurnia. Maybe one exception, and I just can't... I struggle to think of that exception at the moment. We're not going to be able to upgrade our somber smithing or our dragon communion seal, so we're kind of stuck with that scaling. But we might be able to make some headway on our sorcery catalyst, our staves. We might be able. Yep. See, we've got a +8 right here that we can boost and bring it up to be on par with our other staff. Yeah, we can bump this thing up to a +10. Arcane scaling at B-. Why the heck not? Fantastic. Our bow, we have a short bow +3, but we don't really get anywhere with it. And we have these interesting weapons. We really probably should upgrade them, but there's a particular item I'm waiting for before I upgrade a melee weapon. That being said, if we wanted to upgrade Rogier's rapier, we could do that. It is a very good item. You get a similar spear at a similar location that is definitely worth an upgrade. I think it might be... No, it's something very specific. I'll think of it. I'll think of the location, but I know it's at the Revenger's Shack, and it's like a +8, and it's a spear. But it is definitely worth upgrading, like a fist or a claw of some kind. We just have to figure out. Well, not figure out, but find the particular weapon that we want to use with our upgrades. And you probably really don't want to be upgrading with sombers if you have a somber item you're upgrading already, the Dragon Communion Seal, because there are a much more finite amount of those available than regular smithing stones. You want to be careful about that. Meantime, we're going to get rid of all of our hard runes and see if we can get a level up. I don't think we're going to be able to do that, but we should at least try. Ah, yes. Increases magic attack power. We could wear this if we wanted to. Chain draped tabard. I gotta make sure I didn't sell a duplicate. Although it's a bit late for that now, huh? I like how similar these things look. Okay, and you have to be careful. A lot of these items really do look similar. You gotta read the names. And even then, sometimes you still have to guess if they're exactly the same or not. This happens mainly with, like, bows or nondescript melee weapons or armor. Because we have such high arcane, we're going to be getting more item drops compared to usual. So we're having to do this process of selling our weapons a lot. I try to do this off camera, but if I forget, then it's on camera. Sorry, not much to do about that. It's really about it. There's not really much else to talk about. Like, at all. And no, this isn't even worth close to a level up. Even if we sold stripped down to the bare essentials in our craftable items, we still wouldn't have enough. So we're stuck. Can we upgrade any of these? We do get the opportunity to upgrade them. And the ones I am interested in upgrading are the Spirit Jellyfish, the Demi-Human, and I suppose we can upgrade these once each. Having +4 on these is Mwah. Chef's kiss. So good. Yeah, and if we were making upgrades like that, we were never, ever, ever gonna get close to being able to leveling up. Meaningless trifle, right? Yes, we will offer the miner's bell bearing, and proceed to not get very far with it. Might as well buy the blue cipher ring. I guess that's about it. There's not anything on offer. Yes, we know. If we were able to get like a server for multiplayer, we would be able to use that, but we can't. So mostly I just bought it to get it off the list. It'd say, aha, we have taken it out of inventory. We do not have any power from remembrances to worry about. Nor can we collect remembrances a second time. Kind of stuck. Now, this scaling is 168. This scaling is 157. Ah, see, there's already a huge difference. Our incantations scale just that much better as long as we use one of these. Only if we use like a generic finger seal would we have issues. It's just nothing compares to this thing. Incantations become much better over time. Sorceries really kind of have to struggle to get there. They really have to cross the finish line on their own merit.
Ah, hello. I was hoping to see you. My examination is complete. Here's the knife print back, with my thanks. Now I have a fairly good idea who performed the rite upon the blade. The person who orchestrated the Night of the Black Knives. Lunar Princess Rani. One of the children born to King Consort Radigan and his first wife, Ranala. Demigod and sister to General Radahn and Praetor Rykard. Hers was the name I discovered in the imprint. Truly, you have my thanks. But if I might be so bold, I would like to ask something more of you. If Rani truly is the one who plotted that fateful night, then she should bear the curse mark of destined death somewhere upon her flesh. I would like you to procure it for me. And then all will be laid bare. I will have the answers I have sought for so long.
Sure.
I have some idea of Rani's potential whereabouts. There's a manor to the north of the Academy of Rea Lucaria. It is the familial home of the Carian royals, from whom Rani descends. There's been talk of the old royals' vassals gathering there in recent years. Rani's whereabouts since the shattering are a well-kept secret. She hasn't been seen even once, but I suspect she might have returned to the manor in which she was born.
Why do you want all this, Roger? I think if we hoofed it all over the place looking for this curse mark for you, we deserve to know.
I'm afraid there's something I must tell you. Do you know of those who live in death? The very notion of life in death defies the Golden Order. By Dee's account, these defiled fiends must be expunged. But truth be told, I seek the curse mark to save them. But I discovered something in my defense. They have ever happened to touch upon a flaw in the Order.
Well, tell me more about Dee, then.
Yes, indeed. If Dee knew what drives me now, he would surely boil over with rage. Or perhaps he would even feel some pity. But no need to fret. None of that will come to pass. I can tell a good lie when I need to.
Okay. You know, you're playing with fire, friend. That's all I have to say. Good luck. And I hope that you're able to tell a good story, as they say. Well, did you overhear any of this? No, of course not. All you do now is sell expensive golden centipedes. Does Fia have anything to say about these new developments? I don't think so. I think we're a little bit too before the point where she would say something, but...
Please, would you like...
Yes, hug me, Mama. Mama Mia. Mama Mia, Mama Fia. Show me... show me a good... No, don't show me a good time. Show me a gentle hug, and leave it at that.
You ask.
Give me your blessing.
Then good day to you.
Yep, I didn't think so. It's almost a running gag. Almost everyone calls her Mama. I hope no one takes offense. I don't mean like, you know, the smash and pass kind of Mama. I mean like the endearing kind. The gentle Mama. Or even Mama Bear, you know. Willing to protect you, and you're willing to protect her. It's a very nice relationship. I think out of all the endings in Elden Ring, the one involving Fia is probably one of the better ones in my book. Like, I don't want to spoil anything, so I'm going to be very careful about that. But, out of all the endings, there are really only about 2, in my mind, that one could consider good. Or not good, but like, in terms of leaving the world better than you left it, or at least, you know, the same, there are only half of them that that offer any kind of peaceful resolution, you know, any that bother to, what's the phrasing I'm looking for here? And it is very particular. There are only half the endings that let you preserve the world in which you live. The rest kind of assumed that the lands between are too far gone to be saved, that they are incapable of being rewoven into the tapestry of a perfectly functional, normal place. But really, when you examine, everyone assumes that America is either in the right for having done what she did in regard to the shattering, or no one cares at all. And because of that, everyone assumes that these good endings don't do much, you know? Or, at least out of the people I've talked to, maybe I shouldn't say everyone, I need to be really careful about that. But, of all the people I've talked to, they've either agreed with me, or it's like, it's a dystopian future, it's a dystopian place written by George R.R. Martin. I don't know what you're thinking of getting, but the best thing you can do is undo George R.R. Martin and just, you know, reset the world and redefine its rules, which is fine if it's truly that far gone. I just don't think it is. The only place that's really that far gone is Caelid. The rest can be resculpted, recrafted, rebranded. Hi. Oh god, I'm dead. Yep, blood loss. Hey, it just goes to show you. 1, Surge O Flame is bad. 2, you know, maybe don't rely on, a single target, low impact spell like Surge O Flame to do anything useful. I think it would be better if it had, like, a lingering fire dot type effect, where, like, it applies more pressure the more you apply it, and it doesn't have to last long. You know, we have, like, the Black Flame spell effect, and that lasts for something like 5 seconds. And it's based on HP. You know, a normal fire dot doesn't have to do this. It can't just be fire damage that checks against fire resistance. or yeah, fire damage negation. And the enemies that are weak to it will melt like butter, and the enemies that resist it will be like, you should just use another spell. What are you doing? Things like that. Try to think. There's no other spell that costs once. We do want to be careful. Actually, where we're going, we're going to want... We're going to want Cure Poison. Or, actually, we could have even... Let's see, 230 for this. 330 for that. I believe Flame Cleanse Me is a more useful spell. Does this cost HP? I'm curious. It sure does. It absolutely does. That is very interesting. So in a hitless run, you could not use the spell, because the self-damage would be, the self-damage would count towards a hit on you. It's really weird. You know, now that I think about it, I wonder what Team Hitless is up to in terms of, you know, the rules on these things. What's permissible, what's not? Does it really just kind of depend on the individual streamer, or, you know, is there still... That's right, come this way. Right this way. Come to my workshop of pain and be saved. But in all seriousness, I wonder what the community's regards on hitless challenges really are. A lot of people are like, well, no spirit summons, those ruin the spirit of what a no-hit is supposed to be all about, or a hitless challenge is supposed to be all about. It's supposed to be about you. Only you. Nothing else. Some people are like, well, what if you make it the condition of the challenge? Where actually using your spirit summons is really difficult. You'd have to take sort of a support spec, and it still wouldn't work. It still wouldn't really work, because your spirit summons are going to take a whole bunch of damage from a lot of different sources. And what's worse is I don't know what that's going to be like in ERR, where there are slight nerfs to spirit summons. Okay, we were already here. We already went through here. I really should just be riding past. Just killing the things that get in my way, I suppose. Might as well use this flame art, or rune art. What is this, Dark Souls, where everything is on frickin' fire all the time? Ugh, that game and its references to constantly burning things up. Fan favorite, really. Thank you for your custom. Quite a few fire monks out here, huh? It is nighttime. I do recall there being some number of fire monks, whether it's day or night. If you want to stand really close to me and get shocked for doing that, be my guest. We have more giant crabs and lobsters. Yep, we're in the poison marsh now. And Torrent is taking damage, as is to be expected. Kind of not much we can do here, except keep on keeping on. Dealing with the poison would even be better than this. I think this particular one is immune to poison. Oh, there we go. When you're navigating the poison swamps, what you really kind of want to just keep an eye on is your overall health. And make sure you don't let the poison kill you. I know that seems like common sense, but sometimes it bears repeating. And, you know, common sense is easy to say and pipe up about. When you don't have, and you don't have pressing concerns to attend to. Oh, nice. Sleep. These are nice looking crab colors. I know there are, just like the lobsters, the crabs do actually have a lot of different color palettes. I think a lot of the wildlife has some excellent color palettes that really fit with the theming. And sometimes you can even find color palettes that are supposedly out of place. Like, these crabs here, like the previous crab, whose corpse is dead, had this sickly green shell color. Meanwhile, this other crab that we just fought had these sort of pure white shells. So, and they did different things. One was like poison, and I believe the other was madness, or sleep, excuse me. Which is really cool. I like seeing different enemy types in the same location. Even if they make sense, or even if they don't make sense, you know, at first glance, all that means is that, all that means is it makes you think, right? You're like, well, why are these out-of-place crabs here, right? Like, that is a question we can ask ourselves. To which I would not really be able to reply back with anything meaningful. I don't know the answer to that either. Oh boy. I do not believe the horsey gets this. Yeah, I like it when, you know, enemy palettes are used to make the player think about these things. It's not just, oh god. Good, I was able to save that. We'll have to keep an eye on their health. We could also use Torrent to buff our own spells by virtue of it being here. Of course, with poison being what it is in ERR, you know, now it's not just, oh, the poison is bearable. The poison gets worse the more you sit in it. The more you stand in it. The more you, just move around. the more you're traveling and traversing through it. Okay, I think I've said that 3 different times already. But my point is, you know, poison is now this lethal, deadly thing that even Torrent can't take. And I wonder what kind of design decision went in Kernifer's mind as they were thinking about, well, where does Torrent fit in the overall world? Was Torrent too good? Was Torrent a dream come true? And Torrent really should not have been immune to half the stuff he was immune in to begin with? Or was this too harsh? Was that too harsh? A lot of people say it was too harsh. I don't know if I agree or disagree with that. I really don't. Because I could see that point of view on one hand. On the other hand, you know, even if I didn't necessarily see that point of view, or even if I do, you know, a lot of people use this in order to circumvent, like, use Torrent is what I mean, to circumvent walking through the poison swamp. And I don't, without directly asking Kernifer themselves about it, it would be impossible to get an answer. It's like, just like people in Convergence generally don't like writing on Torrent. Like, it doesn't contribute to the gameplay at all. It's more of an afterthought. You know, we're going to make sure that there's a lot of warp points so that you don't have to walk all over God's green earth to get what you need to get. I think this is one of the... I think Torrent and, like, ARPGs are just one of those things that break, the designs behind Elden Ring or, like, a FromSoft title. Like, of course, horse rides are available in other games of the same kind. It would still break the design, because the horse would still be an afterthought. People don't like that. FromSoft has a very... Or, like, the Soulsborne title has, like, very, very rigid structure. And it's very delicate. It almost doesn't handle change that well. So we kind of have to be... Is that me who's taking poison, by the way? No, it's Torrent. Torrent has the poison. Which is really weird. It's interesting to think about. It evokes rational thoughts. Makes players ask the question, why? Was Torrent just a lore or a story thing? I could believe that. There are reasons for Torrent to exist in the game world. But just a single Torrent instead of Torrents plural? You know, I wonder what the creature is. Like, Torrent is a horse? An omen horse? I'm sure there is a lore item that gives more about these. Spectral Steed. Yeah, the Spectral Steed. It really does kind of seem just like a mechanical thing rather than anything else, doesn't it? It's weird. But that's fine. We like weird. If we didn't like weird, we wouldn't be playing FromSoft titles right now. Come on, good sir, show me what you got. Think lightning does more damage than fire does. Well, it's about the same. Yep, there's our poison. Oh, that was close. Oh, and I'm still poisoned? Why? Yeah, now I'm poisoned. Oh, it must have still considered me to be on the ground instead of properly writing torrent. That's weird. What do people think about the game interaction so far? People like it? Don't like it? Don't care about it? I'd be interested to know. I mean, of course people aren't inclined to talk or anything like that, but I am curious. That is the one of the ones that inflicts sleep, I believe. What I want to do now is just let you breathe deep the poison. Because I know you're a soporific crab. Or maybe the soporific crabs are immune to poison. Or maybe that's a feature of all the crab enemies that are in this area. I think it's a feature of the crab enemy and not the specific kind of crab. And so far, it just seems like I'm wandering through a swamp with sea creatures that don't really, amount to much, right? Well, I promise you, there are going to be different things, and it's actually right up this hill as well. This hill gets us started on some good quest lines, good quest material. Also, I'm fairly sure I missed a cave as well. The village of the Albinorics. Yep. Here's one of them now. We are about to see a very particularly interesting story unfold. And don't let these things so much as toss something at you. I'm fairly sure they fling... I don't think they fling filth, but I do think they bleed or have some nasty projectiles. Some of them are also sorcerers and cast magic.
Oh, it's you. Well, what do you make of it? What's happened to this village? I witnessed a sight much the same in my infancy. The oppression of the weak. Murder and pillage unchecked. A waking nightmare made by men. But this time, I'm a woman grown, and though the suffering cannot be undone, I can still mete out justice. Justice to the oppressors. Let the scars I carve remind them. I am Nefeli Lu, warrior. But this time, and though the suffering cannot be unjustice to the let the scars I...
Okay. Yeah, we need to bear in mind that little comment. Welcome to the village of the Albinorics, a group of disfigured enemies that are quite literally losing their legs, I think is how the lore goes. They are quite literally losing their legs. Don't let them grab ya. They're not... I don't want to be grabbed by the ghoulies today, thanks. The Albinoric blood clot. What? Oh, that's always weird to hear the first time. The Albinoric blood clot is a crafting item. As soon as I can find it. Material used for crafting items. Thick coagulated blood of the Albinorics. Material used for crafting items. Albinorics are life forms made by human hands Thus many believe them to live in pure lives, untouched by the Erd Tree's grace. Make note of that. That means that they're homunculi. They are created and crafted and sculpted by mortal hands as slave labor, or else something else entirely. Disturbing. Whoever created them. I believe there's a whole lore segment about them as well. Even the ones that have their legs often can't stand on them. This village is done for. Please, even if it's just you, old Albus, hide well and still your breath. Oh, someone's ghost who couldn't make it to the Erd Tree, no doubt. Still lingering here at that location. At this location, excuse me. Did we ever go to, No, we never did do that, did we? I suppose we're not quite done with the coast yet. Or the eastern cliff face. There's still one more place we gotta go, but we're already here now. Attempting to go anywhere else is pointless. Well, at least so far as it not breaking continuity or what have you. Up here is our first instance of a depraved perfumer. Depraved perfumers emit spark aromatics in various directions. They can fire them in a scatter shot. They can riposte you and deal severe critical damage. I have been backstabbed by them before. That's how I know. And they will roll around. They will dodge projectiles. The nasty little, nasty guys. Oh, and they can heal themselves too. We do get their gear though, which is always a nice touch. Thankfully, there's only one of these things lying around. At least as far as I remember. Kernifer could have added more, but I believe it's just one. I don't think Kernifer really doesn't touch enemy counts that much. At most, it's 1 or 2 locations, and not much more than that. Ivory Sickle, is that new? I think it might be. Sickle fashioned from... no, it's not new. I think it was placed in a different spot. Weapon carried by aged Albinorics. These weapons are evidence of their dedication to the Halleck Tree, despite never having entered its presence. It is a split physical magical dagger. Ooh, and it behaves like one too. I'm not particularly interested, but that's good to know.
Please, no. Dear me. I haven't a clue. No secrets lie with me, not a one. Oh, please leave me be. Wait then. You're not one of them? Well, what a relief. Oh, goodness me. I am Albus, an Albinoric. As you can see, we're finished. The whole village is finished. The cursemongers have destroyed everything. No one that remains has their wits about them. I beg you. Would you look after this medallion? You must keep it out of the cursemonger's hands.
Ah, the Halleck Tree secret medallion. Right. This goes to a different place.
And if you should meet the young Albinoric Latenna, then please give it to her. A chosen land awaits us Albinorics. The medallion is the key that leads to the city. It's only a quaint treasure for we who cannot make the journey. But for dear Latenna, it is needed to fulfill her purpose. My legs will soon fade, and with them my life. Alas, this is the immovable fate of all Albinorics.
Someone got paid good money to voice act this. And with that, Albus is dead. No more. Oh, Albus, I knew you well. If only I could pick up your skull. Alas, we cannot. You will be greeted in the halls of Valhalla properly. That much I can guarantee. No, I'm joking. I don't know. And I don't want to start giving people ideas about the entrance halls of Valhalla. Those are typically off limits for most people. And only men ever grace them. With exception, I don't know, that's a good question. Are there females in Valhalla? I'm not trying to be sexist or anything, it's a real question. Typically, in Nordic lore, the men are taken to Odin's mead hall, and the women are escorted by the Valkyries to become one of them if they were, you know, judged and found worthy in this life. Of course, depending on what else happened, you might have had a different fate. Hard to say. I'd have to go back and read my lore, I don't have a copy of the Prose Edda or anything, but I'm quite sure you could find some carbon copies of the tale, for sale. You could find somebody who's written down translated versions of the old stories. I bet I could find something like that. Assuming people were allowed to copy it in the first place. Okay, so this here is a boss. Is the Omen Killer. We can summon Nefeli Lu for this. I highly recommend that you do so. The Omen Killer is not an easy fight. The Omen Killer makes NPC summons look like they're children in comparison to some other stuff. We're gonna find the Omen Killer, because that is a field boss as well. Soon as I can get my eye on it. Actually, should probably not use Control F inside of OBS. I'll need to use the actual website for this. Omen Killer. Yeah, you could really easily miss that. 15 defense, 85 poise, takes physical damage pretty well. Magic or lightning does fine. Fire and holy, not so much. Let me highlight the whole row here. And considering that my bot is currently down, I'll go ahead and link this so that people can see it. It's the Reforged boss information sheet. It is the Reforged. Also, I need to figure out. This is technically above the. Oh right, this is the video capture device is above everything else. Box. Yep, everything else should now be above the video capture. Getting back to this. So, they're slightly susceptible to bleed. 240 is the average. They're really susceptible to sleep. And kind of susceptible to frostbite. We unfortunately still don't have good means of inflicting anything else, but we should be able to poison them given enough time, as they are slightly resistant to poison, scarlet rot, and deathblight. But we might actually be able to if we create some sleep pots. It's the fetid pot, rancor pot. Where is this? I know we had it. Oh, I guess we don't. Hang on. Soaks them in oil. This inflicts holy damage. This causes deadly poison. This creates vengeful spirits. Huh. Okay, I guess not. We don't have any, we do have poison grease if we need it. But I suppose we don't have much else, do we? That's alright, I guess. Let's summon Nepheli Lu. We will have to be careful with her. And poison will still be useful. We just don't have any, we have pots that inflict deadly poison. Hey there, Alex. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. How are you doing? Hope you enjoy your stay. You're coming up on kind of the tail end of it today, but I'll be happy to receive you as long as you'll be here. We probably have another hour before we call it. And I did stream earlier than intended today. I do apologize about that, but not much can be done about it, I'm afraid. I already made that mistake. I'm fine. Thanks for asking. I'll have to be careful. Yeah, I'm fine. We're just getting ready to suit up against the Omen Killer. Who has a lot of different kinds of attacks. And then I guess just like personally and not anything else. Like in my personal life, I'm fine. Oh boy. So much for being fine. Unfortunate. Yeah, this guy hits like a Mack truck, and I had a rune arc to boot. The rune arc makes things slightly easier for us. We don't have those now. So we have slightly less of everything in terms of health and toughness and durability. This guy is also a real summon shredder, the boss. If we were ever worried about, oh, I have to be really careful. I'm surprised you can block the, aromatic. I didn't think you could do that. Then again, Elden Ring Reforged surprises me about a lot of stuff. Thank you for your custom, but I'm no longer interested. Nice place. Creepy. Vibes of Bloodborne. Ah, yes. I should explain where we are. So we are in the village of the Albinaurics. The Albinaurics are a group of people who were created by other people in Elden Ring, in the setting of Elden Ring. I forget who. The game will reveal to us later who that is. But they are homunculi given life. And unfortunately, their life is considered incomplete. So they're cursed and tend to live in these ramshackle, forgotten places. Their origination is supposedly somewhere in Liurnia or Altus Plateau, but I do not remember my lore 100%, so I will be hesitant to quote the real truth about that. What I will say is that the village is home to what we call Tier or Generation 1 Albinaurics. The Albinaurics have wilted legs. They don't, they're stubs. They don't actually have legs. And as they do have legs, they don't have feet, excuse me. And as their feet further deteriorate, their life shortens, incredibly so. To the point that once the legs are gone, they die. Straight up. And then you have what appears to be the Tier or Generation 2 Albinaurics. They're either further away from the villages where they used to be, or they're in these poison ravines, and they're cursed. A lot more of them have supposedly traveled someplace else in order to be saved. We met a man, we met an Albinoric named Albus not too long ago. He was right around here-ish or so. And he explained that, this place is finished and the Albinorics are supposedly making their way to a tree known as the Halig tree. I'll show the item off now, because you are just now here. The Halig tree secret medallion, right. Right half of a split medallion depicting the Halig tree. This secret medallion will guide the bearer to the land of Nicola's Halig tree. Not a very good depiction of the Halig tree, but it's the only one we have, and the only one we're going to get for a while. And Albus described the Halig tree as the Albinoric's promised land, because supposedly, and this is just, I kind of know the answer, but it's kind of easy to speculate as well. If they're calling it a promised land, right, then generally there has to be a reason for that. And the reason probably has to do with their curse. Maybe whoever's in charge of the Halig tree, whoever created it, has a cure, right? Or perhaps they can simply have their lives prolonged and they can live as sort of normal sentient creatures, and their curse will only take them after a much greater point in time. Kind of hard to say, and again, I kind of know the answer, but what I want to do is spur thought, not necessarily spoil story. Kind of hard to do, I know, but I hope I'm doing a fine enough job of it. The lore behind Elden Ring really is something else. And that's the one thing I sort of like about... Oh, no. Yeah, I don't have enough range. Unfortunate. Is that Elden Ring Reforged doesn't touch lore. It does make some headcanon for new spells, but generally, these are things that the community at large already kind of agrees on. It's like, oh, this probably is established lore. This is something Miyazaki would have said or done, and we just aren't getting the green light from him in terms of confirming or denying theory, or anything of the sort, which is fine. And because of that, I could still tell the same story. I could still tell the same story while I'm showcasing the mod at the same time. When we get ready to talk about the Convergence and play through that mod set, it's going to be a very different place. There will be a lot of headcanon. For those who maybe are familiar with Dark Souls 3, I talked about it earlier, but it's worth mentioning again. There's a mod for Dark Souls 3 called the Convergence, and it's basically a giant spell overhaul that adds tons of different mechanics, and it rewrites some lore of Dark Souls 3. So if you were ever dissatisfied with something about Dark Souls, and particularly its conclusion title, Dark Souls 3, the Convergence is probably a good mod for you to check out. Definitely feels a little bit gimmicky for a mod, but I like it, and if you're a spell junkie like me, you really will appreciate a playthrough of it. Maybe I'll have to play through it when I revive some more hitless challenges sometime. But needless to say, the Convergence specialized in headcanoning tons of new material. Lots of spells only exist because of the headcanon. For example, there are two classes in Dark Souls 3 Convergence, or two schools of magic, that summon minions. That's right, a prototype of what would become Spirit Ashes later. And I'm not saying that FromSoft took any tips from the Convergence authors of any kind. Typically, companies are not allowed to do this. It's probably more like they were inspired and attempted to replicate the effect a different way. But you had druidic pyromancies, and you had the miracles based on necromancy. Both of those summoned minions, and they were both really fun to play too. And the lore was chef's kiss. You could tell it was headcanon, but it was very professionally done. Convergence for Elden Ring is more or less going to be like that, where we're going to get a ton of new spells, reworks to existing spells, reworks to existing mechanics, and the game is going to appear visibly different compared to normal. The Spirit Ashes didn't exist in other FromSoft games, right? Exactly. The only help that people got from FromSoft in terms of fights were summons. And let me tell you, summons, normal NPC summons, are mixed grab bag. In Dark Souls 1, you have the Belfry Gargoyles. You have 2 of them. And they have a certain pool of health. If you summon Solaire of Astora, that NPC, he will bump up their health by about 25%. If you manage to get Lautrec of Kareem, the other eligible summon, that comes a little bit later, if you hold off dealing with the Belfry Gargoyles, then he will bump up their health by another 25%. And I'm fairly sure there's some slight multiplicative property going on there in the math. And the summons have typically been below average. Unless they are kitted up really well, typically they're either too overpowered, or in the case of that fight I was describing in Dark Souls 1, Lautrec gets crushed, and Solaire can kind of manage for himself for a little while, but once you enter Phase 2, you can kiss Solaire goodbye. If you don't manage to keep the gargoyles separated from one another. Not fun. I don't really care, that's just a Tearstone Scarab. Spirit Ashes were... I think they directly came out of complaints that Elden Ring was not going to be accessible enough for new players. I believe that is where that came from. And that was the solution. I'm fine with the accessibility. I think it's great when a game is more accessible than look like a lot of help. Sometimes you don't even need to fight. Depends. Baseline Spirit Ashes, I would say, beginning of the game, they're fine. You need to upgrade them if you want them to stay relevant. That's the thing. Additionally, with Spirit Ashes, I was mentioning this earlier about the Mimic tier. And, a specific Spirit Ash, supposedly one of the most broken in the game. And my thoughts on it are this. With Spirit Ashes, you need to take one of 2 approaches with them. You either need to treat them like an Alluring Skull. The Alluring Skull is an item in Dark Souls. I think it's 2 and 3 are mainly where it shows up, but I think all of them have some form of this effect, where you throw the skull and it acts like a distraction. It's like, there were sorceries that did this as well, where you emit an effect, and the effect is centered in an area, and that area attracts attention for a while. If you keep attacking them, of course it's not going to stick. So you use that sort of effect to create escapes for yourself. Hitless runners, or challenge runners, talk about Alluring Skulls a lot. Alluring Skulls were one of the few ways in which they were allowed distractions during tough gauntlets. And the balance with Alluring Skull, or Alluring Skulls, was this. They were available only during non-boss situations, and it was consumable. And this was before we had FP, the blue bar underneath our health gauge. spirit ashes are glorified, alluring skulls with more health. They're upgradable, and they cost FP. They're not consumable at all. And they're better in some cases than an NPC summon, because the NPC summon will scale up the stats of the boss, right? So if you're wanting to use an NPC summon, you expect the fight to drag out. There is no third bar in other games, not since Dark Souls 3. Well, yeah, Dark Souls 3, and this game are the ones that have them. Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 1, Demon Souls, Bloodborne operated on a different system, and there wasn't magic in Sekiro, not really. That mostly operated on like poison stamina. The only two Soulsborne titles that have FP are Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring. That's it. You can probably mod something pretty close to that in Dark Souls 2 if you're given the time, but you'd have to break Dark Souls 2 to get that to work, and forget it in Dark Souls 1 or Demon Souls. Not compatible. It was quite a divisive topic at the time, the FP bar. Some people were like, oh, well, this will make spells too powerful, because there is no way to intricately balance them. Before, spells cost slots. I think right. Soul arrows, like basic sorceries, had like something to the tune of 20 or 30 slots of that item, and once you ran out of the number of casts of that sorcery, you couldn't cast it anymore. And all the spells were balanced around having a certain number of spell casts available. In Dark Souls 2, this was kind of alleviated by the Amber Herbs, which restored a certain number of spell casts in all prepared spells. All slots of spells. Which effectively acted like infinite spells. Which people were already upset about. And then finally, Dark Souls 3 is where the FP bar actually started, and not only what did it tie to spells, there were weapon skills that used it as well. The FP bar is probably in its best form, and Elden Ring Reforged only makes it better, because you can it regenerates by itself in Elden Ring Reforged, and on top of that, you have, not only do you have a higher regeneration, but you also have more ways to restore the same amount of FP. You're not limited to just chugging the flask. You can attack to get some back. You'll see what I mean when I go through this fight again. But I think you've already seen that particular effect before. We've had this discussion one other time. Just not in as much detail. I think. I don't know. I'm 30. My memory's kind of going in spots. Here and there. Unfortunately, I don't have anything I can give you, Nefeli. Sorry, you're kind of on your own in terms of buffs. What I'd like to do is get this dog out of the way before continuing. Okay, Nefeli. Okay, we got him poisoned. Good. He's slightly resistant to this, so I was worried he wouldn't be able to get it. Give me a couple of... probably give me a couple of minutes and I can answer that. This guy takes all of my concentration. Oh no. Whew. Close. Okay, good. I can use this as sort of reset what he's doing. No rush, thanks. I probably need to start restacking poison right about now. Told you, it's really hard. Really hard. Interesting. So it's not really a Dark Souls game with a makeover. It kind of is, and it kind of isn't. Elden Ring's really weird, man. It's really weird. It's its own IP, but it has so many mechanics that it has in common with Dark Souls that it's sort of like its spiritual successor. That's probably the best way I would write it up, is that Elden Ring is Dark Souls' spiritual successor with a new IP, that being the story told of Elden Ring in George R.R. Martin's own words. Because that is the author who helped them build their world. That's probably the best way I'd describe it. Lightning Spear also wasn't... No, Lightning Spear has been around the whole time. I think the only case where Lightning Spear might not have been around is Demon Souls. And I think it might have been around then. Let's see. Let's see. Demon Souls. Let's see. Specific spells. White Weapon, Soul Ray. Okay, it'd probably be in Miracles then. Oh, no, guess not. It's a sphere of damage around the caster. No. So, Lightning Spears started from Dark Souls 1. Demon Souls did not have access to it. And while sorceries and miracles were also a thing in Demon Souls, they weren't nearly as fleshed out as they became in Dark Souls. And even then, there was still a lot of room for those particular spell types, the magic types, to grow. I'm really thankful that they did decide, ultimately, to go down the path they did with magic. I was really concerned that we were still going to have Vancian magic in Dark Souls 3, which granted would have been fine, but you know, Vancian magic can be hard to understand. And when I say Vancian magic, I know people get confused about this as well. That's a D&D thing. That is a Dungeons & Dragons thing. So, to explain briefly, because Vancian magic is complicated, if you have 15 spell slots in Dungeons & Dragons, it does also depend on your class, but generally if you prepare spells, you have a certain number of spell slots. You prepare one spell at a time. So if I know the spells Haste, Magic Missile, Lightning Bolt, Fireball, and I have 15 slots, I can choose to prepare 15 Fireballs, consuming one slot per cast, or I can choose to split it up 4 of all of those spells, with one of them only having 3. 15 slots divided by 4 means you can evenly split it around 3 times before having to pick a winner for who gets the last one. But it's finite. Once you run out of all 16 slots, that's it. Now, typically, advancing magic is also complicated by spell levels or spell slots, where some spells have a higher or a lower level spell slot than others. So like a first level spell slot is not the same as a fourth level spell slot. They occupy different spaces. You see what I'm saying? So if haste is a third level spell and a fireball is a fourth level spell, I'm not saying they are or aren't. I'm just throwing out numbers for examples. And I have 4 level 4 slots and 5 level 3 slots. Then I can only prepare 4 fireballs and 5 haste spells. Assuming I don't share any other... I don't have or know any other spells with that spell level associated with them. So if I had Lightning Bolt on top of haste, both third level spells, and I still have those same 5 slots, I now have to pick which one is going to get 2 or 3 and which other is going to get 2 or 3. Or if I don't need one or the other, you know, which spell am I preparing for that day? Dark Souls 1, Demon Souls, and Dark Souls 2 all had that level of spellcasting, except the difference is every spell had a finite number of casts associated with it. I believe Soul Arrow starts out with 30, and you get progressively less as you find upgraded Soul Arrow spells. While something like Homing Crystal Soul Mass probably had like 7 casts on it. Magic was a lot different. I'm super glad that did not carry over, and it's just based on how much FP you have. That's far easier to balance around. And it's less tedious, it's less cumbersome, it doesn't get in the way. Like, I love Dark Souls, and I have a gosh darn soft spot for Dark Souls 2. It's one of my favorite titles ever. But I can realize when some systems inside my favorite game are flawed. Like, if I started talking about Metroid Prime 2 Echoes, another one of my favorites, I could sit there and say, oh, I really like the beam ammo system. I like that it generally solves puzzles. And doesn't cause a whole lot of hubbub. It doesn't ask that much of you, and if you're willing to scan the enemy, you're fine. But I can understand that sometimes the puzzles can be a bit vague, and if you want 100%, then there are some serious problems with doing that. Alright, Nepheli ain't gonna be here much longer, so I'm just gonna go ahead and grab this right now. Oh, but oh god, okay. And I gotta be careful. Oh, are you just gonna sit up there on that hill? I think he actually reset. Fantastic. Let's try to overwhelm him with numbers. Also, we're approaching a level of runes that I don't like carrying around, but we don't have the Sanctuary Stones. We need to convert them into hard runes, so I'm really kind of at a loss for words. Maybe that fight would go a lot better if I summoned those things at the exact same time, rather than attempting to stagger them. One thing I will say about the Omen Killers is that, they started that attack pretty late. They did, didn't they? My fault for summoning them late. Maybe they could have kept Nefeli alive a little bit longer. Don't you dare. Aw, you're just gonna sit there and heal like crazy, aren't you? Don't you dare. Thank you. My fault for not taking advantage of my resources seriously, but yeah, fraction of a second sooner, please, on the summons would have been good. How many Spirit Ashes? 1 per fight. So, if I... And sometimes the Spirit Ashes come bundled with multiple NPCs. So, for example, if I tried to summon Spirit Jellyfish right now, I would get 1, and that's it. Whereas if I summon my demi-human Spirit Ashes, I get 5 individual demi-humans available for that summon. Of course, the Spirit Jellyfish is a lot stronger, has more health, and can even poison enemies, whereas the demi-humans are far better at providing a distraction, even though they're weaker. This, of course, does get muddied or muddled up by Spirit Ash level. So, for example, my demi-human Spirit Ashes are +4. These things are weak. But, they're alright. Probably aren't gonna last too long. I'd say about twice as good as a baseline Ash with just nothing on it. The same is also true of these named Ashes, these special... Mic problems? Sounds fine now? What do I need to repeat? If you don't mind. That way I don't, I don't give you a faulty or shallow explanation of things. And I will, wait for a response before I continue talking further. That's right, Sorcerer. You show me you mean business. The end about the demi-human? Oh, I was just saying that, even though they're weaker, on individual boss fights, they have a lot more utility. That's all. They can distract a lot better than like my single summon of Spirit Jellyfish can. That's all. Which makes the balancing trickier, because the Spirit Ashes would be okay if they weren't carbon copies of you, Mimic Tier, or if they didn't summon like 5 at once. Max level for Spirit Ashes is 10. And the way that Spirit Ashes upgrade is through their own upgrade system. Grave Glovewort upgrades regular ones, such as the Spirit Jellyfish or the Demi-Human Ashes, but if we wanted to upgrade something like Lutel the Headless, or a Renowned Ash, is what they're called, then we need to get Ghost Gloveworts instead. Two separate crafting material or upgrade materials just to upgrade 2 different lines of Spirit Ashes. Can you farm these? Some lower level ones you can, but anything that tries to upgrade to +10 is given a different name, and they're typically unique. You only find the max level upgrades, the +10s, in chests or at the ends of quests sometimes. And they have to be quests that carry over into the late game. So not here in Liurnia, not even here in Altus Plateau. You'd have to go to someplace like the Consecrated Snowfield or the Halleck Tree to get a Glovewort like that, of any kind. And even then, sometimes they're still locked behind quests and chests. So, to succinctly answer your question, low-end upgrades? Yes. To get your max level upgrades, and this holds true for other max level upgrade materials as well, no. They're all tied to quest lines, or sometimes a merchant might have one or two, or you find them randomly. You can't farm those. The only way you do farm them is to reset the game by going to New Game Plus. That's the only way you can technically, quote-unquote, farm them. If there was something akin to, say, the Bonfire Ascetic system in Dark Souls 2 where you could reset and upgrade an area to individually be New Game Plus, then you might be able to do that sort of thing. To reset the chests, so to speak. But we don't have that system, so we can't do that. It would be interesting to see it implemented in Elden Ring, but I don't think they would get much further than, oh yeah, we're going to totally despawn the NPCs and the enemies and resummon them at a higher level. That's all that would accomplish, really. Boy, it would be nice if you could farm them. Nefeli, why are you going over there? I would sure like to get this dog. Alright, we'll grab these. I don't like how they're blocking Nefeli's bar, though. Madness. Oh god, okay. Careful. Okay, there are 3 dogs. I'm starting to think that maybe I should loop back up and around to kill them rather than cross the bridge. Because I'm severely tempted to cross the bridge, but every time this happens, this fight is tough. It would probably be easier if I were like, if I were an archer or something like that, but I really don't want to have to change if I don't have to. Also, we were able to get him staggered with our Flame of Frenzy spell really easily. So I don't want to just, I don't want to give up yet. And just do something else. I'm sure I could get it with a couple of tries. We were having difficulty earlier today fighting the NPC, Vike. The NPC invader Mike, and all I literally had to do was accept that I was casting Magic Glint Blade, and that was the end of that. We were able to kill him after 5 attempts. I might make Elden Ring Reforged look easy with the type of builds I'm going for, but I promise you that these bosses clap my cheeks so hard that it's not funny. That I'm doing a really difficult thing in Elden Ring, and not I'm doing a really easy thing in Elden Ring. I have a lot of options at my disposal, but most people that are here in Liurnia have a stat that's around 30 or 40, or even 50 in some cases. Typically in Elden Ring, you min-max the stat you're gonna use. You don't split your focus like this. I have my focus split so that not even a single one of my stats is 30 or higher. Also, even if Which fortune am I using? Okay, I am using the correct fortune. I was gonna be really upset if I couldn't get that correct. Where is the death marker? Right here? Right here. Maybe I might be able to sneak. Where are these dogs? First one's there. Nice, we got a rune arc if we need it. We don't have anything hiding behind there. Sorry, this is kind of like half-focused mode, where I'm sort of hunting around for rascally doggos, because they can be anywhere. There's one there. What I can do is replace these raisins with one of our knives. And maybe pull it back this way? Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. You know, use stealth to your advantage. Unfortunately, this does mean that we've dropped down before summoning Nefeli Lu, which I think could be a problem, but that is a rectifiable problem. Here's one more, and I know he was around here somewhere. Was he sitting up? Where? Is it up there somewhere? That's the Omen Killer. Was it just two then? Sorry, I know this commentary isn't the most entertaining, but I am trying to discern something here. I think I can just sneak. And that should be it. I could have swore I saw a third one. Is there a build in which you can make throwables overpowered? Probably. Let's take a look at that, by the way. So, some throwables scale off of various stats before, by the way. In normal Elden Ring, all of them scaled with either strength, dex, or did not scale at all. And the ones that did scale off of intelligence were problematic. They often did not work out that well. Build chaos followers. Okay. Now, their scaling is much better. These used to be like C or B or even A scaling. Like, they weren't the best. Kukri have double S scaling in strength and dex, which is fantastic. The poison bone darts have arcane scaling, which helps with poison. The more arcane you have, the more poison buildup all of your spells and abilities have. It's fantastic. Glintstone scraps, as well as the Cuckoo Glintstone, all have S scaling and intelligence. I'm also fairly sure there's a fortune, and I'm going to look this up real quick. Our bot's down, so I do have to kind of do this manually today. Bot is sick. But I believe there is a fortune that buffs this. Just need to look for it. Yep, here it is. It's the fortune of the Artificer. You should just be able to go there and click on it. But for those who are just listening, Fortune of the Artificer increases arcane, increases projectile damage when wielding crossbows, decreases consumable FP costs, like the pots and stuff we were just talking about, increases the damage of pots, aromatics, and elemental stone items, like the stuff we just described with the exception of knives. Weapon attacks boosts the damage to the next pot or aromatic used. And then there's a trade-off, where you decrease all three of your physical boosting stats. You have less health, you have less FP, you have less stamina, which is what Vigor, Mind, and Endurance factor into. And then all your skills, sorceries, and incantation FP costs, so that's anything except consumables, really, are all increased. So it's not that you can't use these other things, it's that they are very expensive. So if you use all of what I just said in conjunction with various talismans and effects, and you pick a particular kind of pot or projectile to focus on, they can probably do really decent damage. For example, if I got the full Cuckoo Night Greet night set, each piece increases magic attack power by 0.8%, so that the total magic attack power is increased by 3.2%. If I wear a full set and focused specifically on Cuckoo Glintstones, they would probably shred this guy. By the way now, Warlock is best for your build? I mean, probably a dumb question, because it is, obviously, if you use it. Good question. So, Warlock Fortune, what I mainly use this for is incantation damage, and, getting boosts when I inflict status, such as madness, or poison, or bleed, or anything like that. The main power is when you are inflicting status effects. Because of the particular seal we have, it has 168 points of incant scaling, and it focuses on arcane and faith. It scales with both. If I take a look at our staves, I get 157 points of sorcery scaling from this staff at plus 10. At plus 3, which means it has 7 upgrades to go, because this is a special upgrade item. This upgrades 25 times, and should be about equal, maybe give or take 10 points of scaling. But you're going to be struggling with this. This has a whole 11 points of extra scaling, and scales very good with 2 stats I have higher points in. And before we say higher points, I'm wearing a helmet that keeps my intelligence about equal. If I took it off, obviously I have less poise, I had less intelligence, and I lose a whole bunch of damage mitigations. It's not a dumb question. I'm glad you asked that. It lets me talk about it. The only dumb question is the one you don't ask. Promise. And I'm more than happy to share insight. This is the other half of the reason I am playing Elden Ring Reforged, apart from just doing something different with Elden Ring and not, oh, baby's first playthrough, or baby's third playthrough. It's, oh, it has a twist on it. It's a mod. Things change. I could talk about that stuff. That's what I like. And being able to study up enough on how Elden Ring Reforged works to know how to answer questions like that not only gives me a sense of accomplishment, I feel much better when I'm able to explain the question and hopefully not have audio cut out halfway through. Was I interrupted at any point during that, by the way? I'd be more than happy to fill in any blanks that were cut off by that. I just have to know. Yes, there are at least 5 kinds of torches. I don't think Elden Ring Reforged added any torches. However, even for base Elden Ring, the amount or the kind of torches that are there is far more than just torch. We have, and I only have 2 of them. You can't even call a normal torch good. It has a torch attack. Fantastic. Most people leg it right over to Weeping Peninsula to grab this. And thank you for letting me know about the audio. The steel wire torch, I can actually demonstrate this now. It's a pretty easy thing to show off. This leaves a pool of fire on the ground. A lot of people who do like torch only challenges grab this torch right away. And it scales with strength and dex, so you don't even have to like dip into spells for anything. You could just use melee and ranged stuff and be fine. I believe there are also a few more. One reveals secret walls nearby. One, I think, deals magic damage. And I know another one also inflicts fire damage, but it's a soporific torch. The Torch of St. Trina, which means that fire inflicts sleep. Sleep builds would love to have one of those. And it's something I've been suggesting on the Elden Ring Reforged Discord as well, as like more sleep stuff. We only have like 5 effects that give it in the entire game. Pots plus arrows, plus a sword and a torch. All 5 of those. The only things that have sleep on them. Like sleep buildup on them. And even then, the sleep pots, I think, now build sleep on yourself? I could be misremembering. But I do know Elden Ring Reforged did touch on the consumables a great deal. Let's go ahead and summon our usual guys. Spirit, the spirit jellyfish may end up being better, now that I think about it. Alright, I need you to take aggro for me. And backed into the wall. Of course. I'm going to kill this thing if it is the last thing I do today. I've already spent about the same amount of time on Vike. I'm determined to do this. It's just not going to be easy. I was able to get a Madness proc, but I was not close enough to benefit from its damage. Which may mean it might actually be better. Don't you dare drink. It might even be better if I pick a different fortune. It's weird. Yeah, you do that foxtrot. You're not gonna get very far with that. Unfortunately, the only other fortunes I have either trade incantations for sorceries, which means you're going to be dealing less damage, or we have a piddly little short bow that we're not going to be able to make that much use of. The Omen Killers do dodge on projectile animation, firing animation, so casting a sorcery, casting an incantation with certain animations tied to it, I'm gonna let him move closer before I advance forward. Or he could stop casting. Oh, no, they are. They're just crawling forward. Remember, they lack legs. I lost what I was gonna say. And Albus, that isn't you. I know a regular Albinor cry when I hear one. I love this thing. I love being able to just call lightning from my fingertips. Kernifer really did do this spell justice. It was a lot slower before. Granted, it deals much less damage now, but it actually restores FP. I could just sit here and spam this. It's great. And if the if the enemy staggers really easy, I can sort of stun lock them for a hot second. It's really good. Alright, we're going to... Do I want to summon Nefeli Lu now? We were able to sneak past him before, so I think I want to refrain from doing that. Ah, and see, one of the nice things about the Warlock Fortune that I didn't even think about until just now was the fact that any status effect procs it. Absolutely any status effect causes the bonus to apply. So if I wanted to, and the Omen Killer is susceptible to bleed, I just don't have any good spells that do this, I could chuck Kukri at him. As long as I aim them properly, I can chuck Kukri, and he'll be bleeding fairly often, which is good. And I can continuously proc the effect of Warlock Fortune for a different oh god, for spells that I truly want it to proc on. Okay. Careful. Stop hanging up on these things. Oh, wrong spell. Two can play at this game, bucko. Promise you that. That was close. Throwing knives is probably not a good idea here. Look, that's fine. Anything I do to get a second's worth of reprieve is good. Are you... What are you doing? Okay. Alright. As long as you're coming back up here, we're good. I am nearly out of healing items. I'm all out now. I will loop you on these cliffs if that is what I have to do, Omen Killer. Wow. Maybe a change of tactics is in order. Because I will say, Nefeli Lu is hurting our chances to beat this fight. Absolutely. That NPC stat boosting mechanic on bosses has been a thing since Demon Souls. Pepe sad face. Exactly. Yeah, it's been here a while. I know that summoning Nefeli Lu hurts jellyfish instead of demi-humans. That might be a good idea. Especially because it would cause this sort of ping-pong effect. It'll also help us stack poison. That's actually a really good idea. Yeah, that might be worth a try. Let's keep the same setup then, and I'll give that a couple more attempts. If that doesn't work, then... Or we go to time, so... Oh, I need to be careful. Just going to ignore the perfumer. By the way, what's the shiny ball? Oh, it disappeared. That is a teardrop scarab. Teardrop scarabs drop various things, and the glow can kind of help you pick out what they're supposed to drop. So, for example, a red or a a crimson teardrop scarab will refill your flask. This flask. It corresponds to the color. Our flask of crimson tears. Killing a crimson teardrop scarab refills one of these. If it were blue, like a sort of light shimmery blue, then it would refill the cerulean tears instead. It would refill this flask. If it's white, it's 50-50. Sometimes white-colored tearstone scarabs will have an Ash of War or a weapon skill associated with them. And I'm not talking about a weapon, I mean the loose skill. So these. These are things you can put on most weapons that you can customize. You can give them one of these. Sometimes, instead of an Ash of War, it will be a crafting or upgrade material. Specifically an upgrade material. These would be things like somber smithing stones, or the glove, or the ghost or grave warts we talked about earlier. They can have those. Then there are some other colors, and they usually, once you spot them the first time, you know right away what they're going to contain, but they're very rare. Yellow ones that are like shimmery gold, like a golden yellow, those tend to have Golden Vow or Golden Order. Weapon skills or spells even. If they're sort of a cyan color, they're a bit darker than the ones associated with the cerulean flasks. Let me turn on this light. The ones that are that color sometimes have a sorcery in them. Sometimes they have something else. There may be other ones of different colors that I don't know about, but those are the only 5 kinds I've spotted. Sometimes the ones that contain crafting materials will explode. Thank you for the cool lantern comment. If they contain like a smithing stone or something, they have a 50-50 chance of exploding, and if they do, you take a lot of damage. It's similar to, there's a physic tier that you can mix in your flask of wondrous physic. That's an explosion. You don't hurt yourself from the explosion, of course, but it does a lot of damage. It scales really high with stats. It's the same kind of explosion. It really hurts. If you have anything less than like 30 vigor, you're getting one shot. if you get one of those. I kid you not. But apart from that, I think I've pretty much discussed all the behavior regarding the Tearstone Scarabs. Most of the time, the ones you're going to find are red or blue, and they don't drop anything. They refill your flasks. The rest of them, the color tells the rest. Most of the time, crafting material. If they're a different, more unique color, then they'll drop something unique. Otherwise, they don't typically drop the same thing as the white scarabs, like a crafting material or something. And anything that isn't a cerulean or a tearstone scarab, the red or blue ones, they only, they respawn until you kill them, and then they don't respawn anymore. The cerulean teardrop scarabs always respawn. Always. And they're always in the same locations as well. So if you know you need to schlep it a long distance, and you need to drink through a lot of flasks, for some reason, you're like, oh, I'll use my map to mark a location where I know one of those scarabs is. And then I go kill it, and I refill my flasks. I don't have to kill any enemies. I do have to kill the scarab, but those are pretty easy. They'll run from you. They're exactly like the Titanite, they're the spiritual incarnations of the Titanite lizards, where you chase them, and if you kill them, you get upgrade material. Scarabs are their spiritual successors, more or less. I know I hope that audio didn't cut out the entire time that was going on, and hopefully I have answered your question. I might have gone a tad overboard with its answer, but, you know, that gave me an excuse to talk about the teardrop scarabs. Audio was fine. Thank you for that. Ever since you, Raz, and I can add Ivy to this mix now as well, ever since you two, or three, told me about the audio, I've been really paranoid about it. I've all but decided that I'm getting a mixing board in order to make the audio better and not dependent on data consumption. I just need to figure out which one I'm getting and then place the order. I don't know if I'm going to do any fanfare or any sort of streaming regarding the setup. It would be very hard to do because the audio will be glitching out every time I change the chord, but, you know, maybe I might do a small short showing off the mixing board. And I'll have to get a table for it as well. As I kind of point my webcam this way. I don't have any room over there to place anything. And I'm trying to keep weight off my glass desktop, not on it. Hopefully I get the camera situated back where it's supposed to be. Maybe with a variance of about 5 degrees. But yeah, that is the plan. I'd like to make my audio better. Audio is like the #1 thing I'm concerned about. If you've also noticed, I've changed the layout of the streams so that, you know, it's not distorted or stretched anymore, but it's at a cost of my webcam is now actually covering the game's real estate. And I'm not sure how I feel about that. But that's a whole separate thing. That's Coin buys an overlay or commissions an overlay to be done with exactly what I want on it. Instead of, you know, taking millennia to even get a plan together. A long time. Whereas the mixing board's complicated because I have a digital one, but it's voice meter, and it uses my data. I think I've talked about this a lot, so I'm really not going to harp on it again. Just, you know, that's why I'm making that decision regarding the audio, because I know it's bad, or it's not as good as it could be. If I could figure out the problem with voice meter, that'd be fine. And I have cast the spell in the wrong direction. But since I'm not able to figure it out readily easily or anything like that, I'm not going to spend mental energy on it. What? Oh, I didn't kill a dog. Killing major bosses, like Godric. Flawless. Getting hard to kill bosses like Mad Pumpkin. Fine. Bloodied, but fine. Getting a random Omen killer on the street? Impossible. What the heck was that? Sorry, I'm kind of mauling now, if I'm being completely honest with you. But that was just a case of not clearing the field properly. It's not anyone's fault, but mine. Save mine. Oh, has anyone ever... I suppose this is a good time to talk about just literally anything else. In terms of general gaming, has anyone ever spent a long, inordinate amount of time fighting something? I know for me, you know, I think the last time I legitimately spent a lengthy amount of time fighting a boss was in Metroid Fusion, the GBA title. And in that title, there was this boss called Nightmare. And Nightmare required that you get up under it, fire diffusion missiles at it, and then, once you've fired enough missiles, you have to climb a ladder off to the side of the room and fire missiles at its face until it dies. All while it's moving all over the place, and before you even get to that point where you're firing missiles at its face, you gotta deal with the fact that the gravity causes all your shots and missiles to, like, fail. So you either have to time the shot or you have to use the item for the fight that you're supposed to. And it took me well over 100 tries to kill Nightmare. To kill a simple, wait for the timing, then get up and shoot its face boss. I spent a long time on that. You know another boss I spent a long time on? Flagra. Another Metroid boss. This one's from Metroid Prime 1. It's the giant plant in the center of the room. It's a plant hybrid with sides. It took me 20 tries to figure out, it took me 20 tries to get the necessary timing and speed to get down the dishes that were reflecting light on it, enough to stun it, and then blow up one of the roots with like a morph ball bomb. It took me 20 tries on that. Granted, the genre that usually makes me spend the most amount of time with any boss are Soulsborne titles. I'm fine with this, because that's sort of their selling point. They're difficult. It's not the only game that's difficult, but you pay for what you get. If you pay for a rough time, that's what you're gonna get. A rough time. What? Where's that Skyrim skit when you need it? There's this meme. There's like this video, a short form video, where like the whole point was that someone gets shot in the eye with an arrow from like 30 feet away or something. Something ridiculous. And NPC's like, that's fine. I can't find them. I don't remember the exact video, but that's what that moment made me think of just now, was that meme where it's like, oh, it's fine. I'm just gonna pull out that arrow and go about my business. It was funny. The video was funny. This was just ludicrous. Clippable moments. Oh, that actually probably isn't clip territory, but, some people would say it's clip-worthy. Some people. I don't know if I would. We probably have... Yeah, it's already 5, and it's been about 4 hours. This is going to be our last attempt. And then after that, you know, if we're stuck here, coming up with a plan to kill... I will come up with one off camera, and I will, on Sunday, the next time we would stream Elden Ring, I will, be happy to present that plan to folks. It could be as simple as I change to a sorcerer and we attempt to debuff them with frostbite so that they're not swinging and making so many attacks at once. It could be we come back later with the correct spells and or stuff and it's fine. Or it could be, you know, we just need to be... I just need to get better at dodging so that we can, go about our business on this fight. One of those 3 things is happening, but it will happen. I suppose it's worth... I think the audio and other stuff has been fine today. Only a few drop frames in the beginning. I really want to thank people so much for stopping by today. I was sort of expecting a quiet stream, given that I messed up the timing, but, you know, on the other hand, we wouldn't have been here. We would have still been stuck at Vike if I hadn't streamed earlier than expected. And I'm glad that people were able to show up and support for that. If people like the content, feel free to leave me a follow. And hit that bell, that notification bell, so that you don't miss future streams. But that's probably as much shilling as I want to do before we get this attempt on the road. And with that, I will see you on the other side of this attempt. That was a case of me being stupid. I will get you, Omen Killer, if it is the last thing I do. Also, we're on episode 23, and this is probably the first real time we've had to stop on a boss. I think there was one other time, and that was like on episode 5 or something like that. I don't count that, because our builds weren't established yet. This is the first time with an established build that we're having to end on a less than great note for today. I'm just gonna make sure that I haven't missed any other messages in the meantime. Also, I didn't need this open if the bot wasn't working. Yeah, I will come up with a plan off camera. I'll probably write something down for it. And then I will present that to you guys on Sunday, and we will go from there. I've already shilled about following me, so if you want to get in touch with me directly, again, thank you guys for stopping by and showing your support. Appreciate it. Twitter is the best way to do that. If you want to get in touch with me in a more discreet setting that the internet has a harder time tracking, I suppose you could get a hold of me through the community Discord server. That's Ob10 Network. That is in the About Me. All those things are in the About Me tab on Twitch. And as far as any more support than a follow plus hitting that notification bell. I'm always appreciative of it. It's never required. I'm happy enough doing this as a hobby. Really, I am. I feel a lot better compared to 2 or 3 months ago when I wasn't doing this as a hobby. But if you feel the need to say, "Here, coin, take my money," or here's something to go towards that mixing board of yours. I have links to all of those donation hubs in the About Me section. I won't say more than that, as we would be donating past the point where fanfare will be relevant. Friday will be some more Blasphemous, hopefully with 100% less dropped frames, but I can't make any promises on that front. And with that, we're gonna go find someone to, say, raid. Boy, do we have our lion's pick. I think, and this is just me, we're gonna go raid Gino again. The Blasphemous stream. Yes, this. Yeah, and we'll be able to get some more done with that. We only got an hour's worth of content for that done. We're going to... I have a new command that doesn't clog up my chat. Exclamation SO and the username afterwards. We're going to check out Gino Machino. He's a super relaxed... Oh, I forget. Doesn't work. Never mind. Oh, I love when I make slip-ups on stream. But regardless, you can find him at twitch.tv/Gino Machino. He is doing a no-hit challenge run for all bosses. If you like relaxing streams, you will like his. I promise. And with that, I believe that's where we'll end it off for today. Thank you so much. I'm Coinstamp. I don't have the 180 anymore. I love that already. I'll be working on it for YouTube eventually. But yeah, I'm Coinstamp. Thank you so much for joining us on another Elden Ring Reforged episode, and I will see you guys on Friday. Take care, and bye-bye.